Good morning, everybody. Today's proceedings will be live streamed with a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they are hearing in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed, since the event that they're reporting, they may not be used for recording or photography.
Mr. Quick, yesterday we finished by looking at Bob Lambert's file note of the meeting with HN183 and Richard Walton on the 14th of August. I'd like to look briefly, please, at your interactions with the Commissioner over the period in which these submissions were being written. If we could bring up, please, UCPI 03261, it's tab B39, page 18, please. This is from your Ellison interview. And the question you've been asked is essentially that you've explained how, I think in the context of that meeting, the uncomfortable meeting you talk about when you presented your paper, Alison Morgan says, yes, page 18, please, that you set out for Ellison how, compared to your team, the senior officers were more out of touch in terms of understanding where the inquiry was likely to go and the findings that were likely to be made. And she asks whether you thought they were seized of the issues and if they were aware of what was going on down at the public inquiry. So if we look at line 3, where you respond to this, you say, I do. I think that Sir Paul Condon was. As this piece of work developed, I started to almost become a kind of staff officer to the Commissioner on the inquiry. So I started to have more exposure to him and listen. You know, I started to attend more small meetings in the Commissioner's office and was given quite a voice in those meetings. I started to appreciate where he was in all of this. Just pausing there. These small meetings that you had with the Commissioner in his office, we don't have minutes for these. Can I ask, how often were you having these small meetings with the Commissioner over this period? So I'm talking from when the LRT was set up to when the work on the submissions was finished. Let's say when the Commissioner appeared at the inquiry on the 1st of October.
They were intermittent. It's very difficult to put a number to it, but I would say maybe once or twice a week.
Okay. And can you help us with who else was at those meetings?
I think it varied. Sometimes Sarah Thornton, one of the ACs, John Grieve occasionally, quite often David Hamilton, the Met solicitor.
Yeah.
And they were usually around quite tactical issues.
What do you mean by that?
Well, maybe a legal consideration in our response. It's very difficult to remember precisely what they were, but they were generally not big issues. They were more things about emphasis or a legal matter.
Were you briefing him on the progress of the submissions?
Absolutely, yes.
And if I understand your evidence correctly, Richard Walton was not at those meetings with the Commissioner?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Would you, after those meetings with the Commissioner, come back and relay to your team the Commissioner's views on tactics and emphasis, for example?
Not generally, no. I might have a conversation with my deputy, Nick Fgrave, but generally I wasn't espousing the Commissioner's views or opinions in the office.
Do you think or were you aware that Nick Fgrave would have voiced for the wider team the Commissioner's views or particular concerns?
I don't think so. I think he would have been very discreet.
So you wouldn't have considered it helpful for the team to have an idea of where the Commissioner's mind was?
Where I did think it was helpful, I would have briefed them or guided them.
Looking at the document again, talking about the Commissioner's views and your perception of them, yes, you say you became kind of a staff officer. Just quickly, what do you mean by that? Because I don't quite, just in terms of MPS terminology, what is a staff officer?
Well, a staff officer is an officer as an aide to a senior officer. Will deal with correspondence, will deal with diaries and appointments and things like that. My focus obviously was all around the inquiry issues and the drafting of the submissions.
But the idea being you were working very closely with him for this short period of time.
For a short period of time, there were many others, but yes, I had some exposure to him.
Yeah. Halfway through that, you say, I started to appreciate where he was in all of this. At first, I wasn't sure. I felt some senior officers were in denial. They were defensive and, not accepting of some truths. Others were thoughtful, but I wasn't quite sure where they were. Sir Paul Condon was one of those. But very soon after, I started to realise that he was really quite straight down the middle with it. He did think that there were some aspects of it that were unfair. Stopping there. Actually, no, sorry. If we could continue, just scroll down. Thank you. You refer to writing letters to the inquiry secretary. I understand this is in the period just before Christmas. Oh, sorry, I've lost my thing. Thank you. Sorry, I've lost my signal. Well, I'll read it out. I've got it written here. You say that he was straight down the middle. He did think there were some aspects of it that were unfair, and they're just moving on a little bit. So Paul Condon did have a very strong view that this, i.e. institutional racism, was an unhelpful phrase insofar as branding an entire organisation as racists.
Yes, I think a lot of people had that view, yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Ellison says here, in fact, what it was meant was that it was unconscious racism, and you respond exactly, but his view was that it would be read and interpreted by the mainstream workforce. Ellison, yes, as the whole institution was racist. Yes, and largely it was. No matter what you said to them, that was the translation to the workforce, and the subtleties of it got lost.
Yes.
If I understand that correctly again, is it the case then that your perception was that Condon disliked the phrase more than the actual substance of what it was that it seemed Macpherson was going to find, that he did accept that there were issues with stereotyping and poor treatment of black victims of crime, but he didn't like the phrase institutional racism?
I obviously didn't have in-depth conversation with him about his view of it. I think his mind was very open to what the inquiry concluded. I think he was always very clear that he would accept the findings of the inquiry and work hard to implement recommendations. But yes, I think he was troubled by the bluntness, if you like, the kind of blunt nature of an institutional branding, which, if you read the Oakley definition, is quite nuanced. You have to read it carefully and think about it and what that means. And translating that to a workforce of about 50,000 people and 30,000 police officers was not easy and could be, perceived and received very negatively by the workforce. So I think he had genuine concerns about that, but he will have spoken for himself about these things.
there's reference here to your saying that he did think aspects of it were unfair. We understand that an aspect, and I've touched on this previously, an aspect that he considered unfair was the way that some of the police officers have been questioned at the inquiry. I just want to read to you just a little extract from the submissions that were made to the inquiry on the 20th of April 1998. And this is what was said on his behalf. He said he was concerned about the confrontational nature of cross-examination of some of the police officers. It's not assisted the search for the truth. Such cross-examination may be appropriate in adversarial procedures, but not to an inquisitorial hearing, where it may lead to witnesses failing to do themselves justice by adopting an unduly defensive attitude. More seriously, the Commissioner is concerned about the damage which is being done to the relationship between the police and the black community. If police witnesses are constantly pilloried by a barrage of confrontational cross-examination, the attempts by the MPS to rebuild that relationship, which was seriously harmed in the aftermath of Stephen murder, could be set back significantly. So this idea that the approach of some of the barristers in the inquiry, a sort of anti-police stance, was damaging the relationship between the organisation and the black community. Is that something you heard him voice or express concern about in these meetings?
I can't say I did. I don't know the document that you're...
It's from the transcript of the inquiry hearing. So okay. I'm sorry that I can't bring it up. It is in the public domain, but it's the transcript of that day in the inquiry hearing.
Was this met lawyers?
Yes, it was Jeremy Gompertz.
On the Commissioner's
Sorry,
behalf.
I should have made that clear.
Right. Okay. I don't remember that, but I'm sure I must have read it in the transcript. Yeah. I don't specifically recall the Commissioner making remarks like that.
Yeah.
I do recall early on a general, amongst the senior officers, a general dismay, if you like, that some of the officers were being pilloried, and some of them were quite inexperienced and quite junior, and were being bullied, or whatever description you might want to give it. But they were being put through the mill, and you could argue, well, they're police officers, it's their job, but they were quite inexperienced, some of them. So there was some disquiet about the nature of the inquiry in that respect. But I don't particularly remember the Commissioner, going on about that particular aspect of it.
Right. I don't know if you're aware, but in the report, Macpherson criticised that view to some extent, where he said, I'm just reading this from the report, he said, cross-examination of many officers, this is at paragraph 3.16, was undoubtedly robust and searching, but the harm to the relationship between the police and the black community was the result of police failures, and the answers to the questions rather than the nature of the questioning. It is of central importance that the Commissioner and his officers should recognise and accept this fact. Failure to do so can only reflect a lack of understanding of the essential problem and its depth, which would make progress difficult, if not impossible. Sorry, no. Go ahead.
So I hear what you say. I can't say I heard the Commissioner talking about that particular aspect. I must have read that in the transcript, and if Jeremy Gompertz was instructed to say those words, then he was. But I certainly didn't hear that from the Commissioner personally.
Right.
I think his you asked me about the institution, his discomfort with the term institutional racism. I think that his discomfort was best reflected in letters that were written to the inquiry chairman. I think they articulated in detail.
Yes, we don't have those letters, actually, but I know Ellison had
Great
some of
shame.
those letters.
Great shame we don't have them.
So it was not your impression, or was it your impression, that the Commissioner was illustrating a sort of lack of understanding of the essential problems and seeking to some extent to deflect it onto the inquiry causing problems for the relationship, and the topic I'll next come to is political groups around the Lawrence campaign? Did you see evidence of that in those meetings?
I didn't see evidence of that. If anything, I think I saw evidence of the contrary. Clearly this was a moving feast, and as the weeks went by, we started to appreciate more of what was emerging in the inquiry, the performance of officers and their evidence, and we were looking carefully at that and what that meant. But I felt the Commissioner was very, very balanced in his interpretation of the inquiry. He was clearly disappointed about many aspects of police conduct and the evidence given by officers, clearly, and unsympathetic, in some ways, to them. But I think he certainly, wanted the process to be balanced and fair, and beyond that, I don't think he was unduly protective of the organisation. I think he expected officers would get a tough time, but clearly, if those instructions were given and those words were spoken, he had some discomfort about it. But it wasn't particularly reflected to me, I have to say.
And again, just for the avoidance of doubt, did he ever articulate to you, or was there ever any discussion in these meetings of the effect that political activists around the Lawrence campaign were having on the campaign and on the relationship between the Lawrences and the police and the wider black community and the police?
I don't remember that ever featuring. I really don't. I think all our conversations were really about the facts and the evidence that emerged and how we respond to it. And at many of these meetings, there were lawyers present, whether they were Met lawyers or Jeremy Gompertz and Jason Beer.
Understood.
Yeah, I can't tell you any more.
The meeting of the 14th of August, you said yesterday that you did not think that meeting was appropriate under the circumstances, and you would have liked to have thought that had you known about it, you would have suggested that the fact of that meeting was disclosed to the inquiry. You also point in your witness statement to a report, which I'll bring up. This is an SDS intelligence briefing. It's a MPS 07200946. It's tab B12. And it's dated the 3rd of September 1998. And you say of this, just generally, that in light of this report, which evidences HN81's clear insight into the Lawrence family campaign, that you think it would be less appropriate for HN81 to meet Richard Walton. And I just want to have a look at what this report contains and your view that it shows clear insight on the part of HN81 into the Lawrence family campaign. So MPS 07200946. Oh, sorry. So SDS briefing notes, this is the first minute, Superintendent Black, OCU Commander through S Squad. As requested, DI Lambert has prepared a briefing note which outlines 2 key areas, including extreme left-wing involvement in the Stephen Lawrence campaign. Ongoing discussions with customers on C Squad will focus on maintaining and enhancing our effective coverage. Particularly pleased with AXO, who was able to thank those officers. Now, I appreciate you've told us that you didn't see any C Squad reporting. I understand in your witness statement you say you didn't look at this report. I mean, you didn't see this report at the time.
No.
But I just want to look at some of the things that are in this report because it sheds a light on the information to which HN81 was privy when he met with Richard Walton. If we could just scroll down to, sorry, the next page. So this is a minute from Colin Black, Superintendent, Operations Commander, dated the 14th of September 98. To Detective Superintendent S Squad, thank you. These papers confirm that SDS is, as usual, well positioned at the focal crisis points of policing in London. I am aware that DI Richard Walton of CO24 received ad hoc off-the-record briefings from SDS. I have reiterated to him that it's essential that knowledge of the operation goes no further. I would not wish him to receive anything on paper. I have established a correspondence route to DAC Grieve via DS McDowell, formerly of SO12, and opened an SP file for copy correspondence with CO24. It will, of course, fall to C Squad to provide the bulk of that material. First of all, I appreciate this is quite late in the process, so it's the 14th of September now. He's referring to Walton as now being attached to CO24, so would that accord with your recollection roughly of where he was placed at that time?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. Again, for the avoidance of doubt, he's aware that he says he's aware of Richard Walton receiving ad hoc off-the-record briefings from SDS. Was that something you ever heard anything about, whether or not as part of the LRT or as CO24?
No.
Does it surprise you to read or to learn that there was a correspondence route set up directly from C Squad to Greaves Unit, CO24? Given that it was a conduit for undercover intelligence from the SDS.
Well, I guess it wasn't on my radar, but it depends on what they were trying to communicate. I mean, if they had a legitimate intelligence feed around public order related issues or community relations issues, then, and it came from lawful deployments and properly managed deployments, then why wouldn't there be? But I don't know what's behind this minute, so it's very difficult to comment.
Fair enough. Well, let's have a look at actually what the report contains, because that will help with that. If we could go to page 8, please. SDS intelligence update. Extremist involvement in the Stephen Lawrence campaign. So just for context, over the last 6 months, SDS source Windmill Tilter, that's HN81, has reported comprehensively on the persistent and largely successful attempts by the Movement for Justice to gain influence within the Stephen Lawrence campaign. The Movement for Justice is an extremely active Brixton-based anti-racist campaigning group, a front organisation for a relatively small revolutionary group, the Revolutionary Internationalist League. That's a Trotskyist group, just for your reference. MFJ have managed to broaden the agenda within the campaign group to include a platform for their own uncompromising view, namely that Stephen Lawrence case is but one of many that shows the police to be corrupt and racist from top to bottom. First of all, the accuracy of the claim that the Movement for Justice have gained influence within the Stephen Lawrence campaign has been emphatically rebutted by members of the Stephen Lawrence campaign and others. But anyway, I just want to give you that background to then what follows. If we go to paragraph 3, please. In addition to providing valuable public order intelligence for C Squad, Windmill Tilter's unique insight into the behind-the-scenes machinations of the Lawrence campaign has also proved invaluable to Acting Detective Inspector Richard Walton, who is currently attached to the Stephen Lawrence review team. At a recent SDS meeting, Windmill Tilter was able to give Acting Detective Inspector Walton a first-hand briefing on the case and offer some sound advice, e.g. that the Commissioner would be ill-advised to attend a public forum at Lambeth Town Hall as provisionally planned. In terms of the Metropolitan Police's long-term strategy of seeking to rebuild damaged relations with the black community, Windmill Tilter was able to comment authoritatively on the enormity of the task generally and his own local area, Brixton specifically. So this is making the claim that HN81 has a unique insight into the behind-the-scenes machinations, slightly charged language there, suggesting that there's a hint of nefarious activity, perhaps. But this is the claim that's being made, and that's being passed on, it would see to CO24. Would you agree?
Would I agree?
That that's what this suggests on the face of it?
On the face of it, it's what it suggests that, but to me it reads like an over-claim. You know, it's kind of, it seems very exaggerated, because I didn't see any evidence or hear any evidence of these groups being involved, or I mean, none of that came up on our radar on the team I was on, and obviously we were, you know, reading newspapers a lot and getting all the press cuttings around the inquiry. And we were doing our own research. And Richard Walton was doing a lot of research around the race issue.
Do you know what that
He never
comprised?
surfaced any of this to my knowledge.
Sorry to interrupt you. Do you know that what that research consisted of, like how he conducted that research?
I couldn't give you a line, dot and comma readout of what it was, but quite a lot of it was academic, I remember. I think he reached out to different academic institutions and academics themselves, possibly.
Do you, I mean, again, this is a hypothetical. Do you think it possible that he considered the meeting with HN81 and Robert Lambert to be part and parcel of that research? He might have considered it part of that role.
It's possible. You'd have to ask him, I think.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Page 9 of this, please. Just the second paragraph. At the time of preparing this paper, Windmill Tilter is reporting another significant breakthrough for the movement for justice. On Wednesday evening, the 2nd of September, they cemented good liaison contact with Sukdev Reel's, Ricky Reel's mother, and are now planning to assist her in mounting a large-scale campaign against the police. It is important to emphasise here the extent to which the Reel's case has potential to cause police embarrassment on the same scale as the Lawrence case. Certainly, so far as Mrs. Reels and the activists are concerned, there were glaringly similar racist overtones between the police handling of both investigations. Again, Windmill Tilter will be ideally positioned to monitor important developments in the months ahead. I don't know if you were familiar with the Ricky Reels case, but he went missing, he disappeared and was found in the River Thames. And again, there were suggestions that it wasn't properly investigated, that the police didn't do their job effectively because he was from an ethnic minority. In respect of this, the characterisation of Sukdev Reel's justice campaign as a large-scale campaign against the police, is it fair to say that within the MPS there was an attitude that justice campaigns or campaigns shining a light on police failures were anti-police campaigns?
I don't think generally. I'm reading this now. To me, you wonder, you know, whether people in charge saw the conflict in this type of reporting, in these circumstances, and the Met's own position. These were people legitimately holding the police to account publicly and campaigning for that, for greater accountability. So you would expect senior managers to see that conflict and think, right, we need to be really clear here. Why are we here?
Yeah.
What, how is this justified? But I to get to the point of your question, that of course there were officers who would have thought that, but there were many officers who were grown up about these things and realised we live in a democracy, the police, have power, and they do need to be held to account. And they when they get it wrong, they need to know they've got it wrong, and it needs to be exposed. So I think to try and brand, the Met as anti-police groups is clumsy and inappropriate, because many officers actually are Democrats.
I appreciate it. It's not as if the entire MPS is a rump with a unified view on things. Did you ever see that attitude in senior officers with your work with the senior management team during this period of writing the submissions?
In my engagement with the ACs, the AC Grieve, the Commissioner, none of this stuff came up. I'm really surprised, to see it. And it certainly didn't bubble into conversations about the Commissioner's response, or anything really. It's a surprise to me.
We can take that down, thank you. You say in your witness statement at paragraph 87 that in light of this document, and when you saw this document for the first time when it was provided to you in your bundle, you think it was inappropriate in light of this for HN81 to meet Richard Walton. I mean, at the risk of asking an obvious question, why do you now think it's inappropriate, having seen that?
I think it was inappropriate because the Met were in an adversarial process, if you like, the inquiry, where grievances and complaints against the Met were being aired, so to me there is an inherent conflict here that should have been managed. I think the question goes wider than that, to the whole deployment, and what was it for and what was its justification. But certainly, as I said yesterday, I would have thought, had I been aware of this, I would have thought there is a conflict here.
Yeah.
There are ethical issues, and there needs to be some separation from the work we are doing. As I say, I didn't know about these conversations, so it didn't occur. But had it done so, I like to think I would have, and others would have, seen the dangers of receiving any of this information.
Can you help us with why, I think you describe it as a sterile corridor, the lack of a sterile corridor, why it is you think there was this blurring, ethical blurring and lack of a sterile corridor in the way the MPS was handling this type of intelligence?
I can't read the minds of the people involved, but it reads to me like unhelpful, misguided people trying to be helpful. From what little I have read, the material in my bundle, it would appear the initial sort of position was arrived at through seeking intelligence around public safety and public order issues and violence. But having got to that proximity of this campaign, the red lights should have come on, and certainly senior people should have seen the dangers and stopped it, in my view. But it reads like relatively junior officers, misguided, trying to be helpful, thinking they're supporting the Commissioner and the organisation, and not being maybe experienced enough or wise enough to see the dangers of this type of reporting and this type of intelligence gathering in these circumstances.
Would you go so far as to say the fact of this reporting being disseminated, and we're going to look at some additional reporting which it seems did go right up to the top, is in itself evidence of institutional racism within the MPS.
If you look at the definition of Oakley, you could certainly categorise it in those terms. I often wonder how helpful that is. I think that doesn't help solve the problem. I think the problem is much more kind of granular, and so I've never felt the term particularly is helpful.
I want to look now at the meeting of the Lawrence Review team which took place after Walton's meeting with HN81 and Lambert. This is at MPS 0749661. It's B10 of the bundle, sir. And just while we're waiting for it to come up, next page, please. So if we look at the persons present, so the Commissioner is at this meeting. Superintendent Thornton, Superintendent Quick, Inspector F. Grave, Detective Inspector Walton, and Detective Sergeant Sutherland. So would you accept that the fact that he is at this meeting is evidence that he was still involved in the submission drafting process after that meeting with Lambert?
That would certainly suggest that,
Yeah.
yes.
If we could go to page 2. So I accept, actually, sorry, just before we do that, you make the point in your witness statement that what these minutes do show is that the submissions were quite far advanced by this point, and that the amendments that were being made were more stylistic
Yes.
than substantive. So, for example, an example of that is the first bullet point: key points currently written by committee in modular fashion now needs consistency of style, inspirational, moving, sometimes annoying. So it seems there's a need to streamline it to some extent.
Yes.
If we just go to the next category, so what's missing? So what's recorded, as discussed, Stephen Lawrence is not the only thing to happen to us in 5 years. Terrorism, success of MPS dealing with racial crime needs to match success in dealing with terrorism. MPS world leader in key areas. Every word could be referred to in the future or turned against us. So would you accept that this suggests that there is still some matters of content that you want to address? As in, there are some things missing that you might want to include in the body of the submissions?
Well, looking at that, it seems reasonably clear that there's a requirement, or it's being suggested that we need to articulate in the submission some of the Met's successes and strengths.
Yeah. If we could then go to the section headed General Points, please. I think it's over the page. Less contrition, less repetition, ruthless addition, do not launch self-seeking missiles, fewer admissions, less social science, more generosity to difficulty, more sympathy to frontline officers, tighter drafting. We failed the Lawrence family. I won't read them all out, but it does seem like there's still a fair amount of work to do, albeit that the basic substance of it is there, but nonetheless, it seems like there are some still fairly meaningful things that need to be incorporated. Would you accept that?
I think a lot of the facts were there, really. We had gone through the transcripts, we had done the research, we'd written the sections of the submission, the Commissioner had, I think by this meeting, had clearly reviewed.
Right.
And I remember, I actually remember the term about, I can't remember what it was in one of the other lists, emotional and annoying or whatever it was. I actually remember him saying that. So I think it was written by this meeting, and it was very much about language and style, and that was that. I recall this meeting, having read these notes in detail now. So we had a quite advanced draft. The Commissioner had spent all weekend reading and annotating.
So the purpose of this meeting was for the Commissioner to give his feedback on the draft as it stood?
Yes.
So does it follow from that a lot of these points are coming from the Commissioner?
A lot of them are, yes.
Is less contrition coming from the Commissioner?
I don't think so, no.
Can you recall who that's coming from?
I couldn't honestly say.
It's not in the minutes, but again, just for clarity, was there any mention at this meeting of undercover officer intelligence, of intelligence surrounding groups involved in the Lawrence family campaign?
I'm sure.
Anything of that nature?
I would have remembered. That would have been so kind of left field, really, from what we were discussing. I would have remembered that. And I think it would have featured in this minute.
Thank you, we can take that down. We've got a final attendance note of a meeting on the 11th of September 1998. I'll bring it up briefly. It's tab B48. It's MPS 0749705. This is the document that summarises the minutes of meetings, excluding anything that's subject to LPP. Page 8, please. And this shows there was a meeting on the 11th of September. This was 9:30 in the morning. You're there. Walton isn't there. And this is about, we can see at paragraph 19, about the oral submissions that the MPS are going to make. And I understand that they made these submissions at the inquiry on the 18th of September 1998.
Yeah.
So does that suggest that then the written submissions are finished by this point?
I think they are finished, yes.
I appreciate this is about oral submissions, but again, just for clarity, can you recall anything being said at this meeting about undercover intelligence, there being an officer in the groups involved in the Lawrence family campaign, even anything about public order relating to that kind of intelligence?
I definitely don't remember anything like that being discussed.
Thank you. You can take that down. Now, you've been very clear in your evidence. You never knowingly received any SDS intelligence while you were working on the Lawrence Review team.
Right.
I want to explore with you now whether you may have unknowingly been in receipt of it, which I know is, well, perhaps paradoxical, but let's have a look at the documentation. So if we could bring up, please, MPS 0001212. It's at tab B5. Now, this is an HN81 report. Now, there's no suggestion you saw this report. I just want to put this before you so that we can do a compare and contrast with a branch note that obviously drew from this report. So this is from HN81. It's entitled The Stephen Lawrence Campaign. It's written on the 23rd of July, 1998. And for context, the first paragraph, the organising meeting arranged by the Lawrence Family Support Campaign on Monday, the 20th of July, 98, was attended by approximately 60 people. Doreen and Neville Lawrence were not in attendance. The meeting was jointly chaired by Azad Rehman of the Newman Monitoring Project and Suresh Grover of Southall Monitoring Group. Paragraph 3, The meeting had been called largely a result of pressure from the public, activists to become more involved in the escalating campaign. However, Assad and Suresh presaged the meeting by stating that although they would readily listen to everyone, all that could emerge from the meeting would be a number of suggestions that would be presented to Neville and Doreen Lawrence. It would be the decision of the Lawrences as to which course of actions would be pursued in furtherance of the campaign. And could we then go to page 3, paragraph 1? Suresh Grover took this opportunity to explain his actions to the Movement for Justice. He stated that the main problem facing the campaign was the refusal of both Neville and Doreen Lawrence to have anything to do with other groups. They felt they'd been badly treated from the outset by such groups as the ANL, that's the Anti-Nazi League, Gokara, and the Anti-Racist Alliance, all of whom had tried to use the family. More recently, they have had trouble from the Socialist Workers' Party, who have supposedly been booking venues in the name of the Lawrence family campaign without the campaign group's knowledge or authority. In consequence, the family do not want such meetings or rallies to take place at all. It's only by the efforts of Assad and Suresh, etc., that any authorised events have taken place. And then paragraph 2. So that's about the influence or not of groups, political groups surrounding the campaign, and making it very clear from HN81's perspective that the Lawrences were very alive to it and resistant to it and weren't being manipulated or controlled in any way by political groups. This reads that both the NMP and the SMG realise that an expanding campaign can only be built with the help of activists and other groups. They cannot get the Lawrences to realise this. Then just skipping ahead, Suresh went on to explain that Doreen and Neville have in reality separated and that they only continued together as a front for the campaign. Doreen, in fact, wishes to wind the campaign up at this point and simply await the findings of the inquiry. Neville is more open to continuing, but only until the inquiry releases its findings. So this is obviously very private, personal information on a grieving couple that has no bearing on public order or public safety. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, yes.
If we could take that down, please. And then I want to now bring up the report, which is a branch note, so it's C squad, it's sanitised, but that draws on aspects of that report. So it's MPS 0748392. It's B15. And it's dated the 10th of September 1998. Just to read this preamble, it says, first minute, this note is marked secret for the attention of the named addressees only. Any further dissemination should be discussed with the Detective Superintendent C Squad in Special Branch. And then number 1, we can see CO24 referred. And that minute's dated the 14th of September 98. And it's Colin Black again, so it seems he's disseminating this. If we could then go over the page, please. Branch note, the Stephen Lawrence campaign, associated organisations, and then the bit in italics reads, this note is produced for the information of the Commissioner of Police, DAC Grieve and Superintendent Thornton. It contains secret and delicate source material. There should be no downwards dissemination of this document without reference to the Detective Superintendent, SO12 C Squad. So it seems from that it was produced for secondon for DAC Grieve and Thornton. Now, when Condon was asked about it, he could not recall seeing this, but on the face of it, would you agree, it seems that it would have been sent to them, to their offices, at the very least?
Well, it certainly could have been sent to one of the offices, maybe, Sarah Thornton's office or John Grieve's office initially.
I appreciate you can't comment on whether or not they saw it. I understand that. If we could just zoom out again, please, and then just look at the final paragraph under the heading, the Lawrence Family Campaign. The Lawrence Family Campaign Group has on the surface remained independent of the extremist groups. However, leading figures within the campaign are well known within left-wing organisations. Suresh Grover, who is the spokesman of the campaign, has long been the de facto head of the Southall Monitoring Group. Now simply known as the Monitoring Group, he has a checkered past involving a number of Trotskyist groups and a high profile amongst the West London Asian community. Just pausing there, this actually contrasts with what we read in the previous HN81 report, in that this is using a sort of innuendo, saying that on the surface the Lawrence Family Campaign Group has remained independent, but suggesting that it hasn't. Would you agree that that is in itself quite racist, this idea that the Lawrence Family Campaign Group is incapable of making its own decisions and is being manipulated, and that, I think, as Doreen Lawrence said in her evidence to the Macpherson inquiry, they were considered to be gullible simpletons? Would you agree that that is reflective of that approach within at least C Squad?
It's very difficult to comment when you don't know what was in the mind of the person that wrote it, but on the surface, it's definitely contradictory to the previous reporting. And, you know, it does have the hallmarks of a bit of a smear, I would say, reading it.
Yeah. It's also arguably the comments it makes about Suresh Grover having a checkered past involving a number of Trotskyist groups and a high profile among the West London Asian community. Would you agree that's suggesting he has a slightly malign agenda that he's trying to push?
Yeah, I don't know I don't know anything about his past, but what does that mean? I don't know. It's a kind of meaningless thing. It needs to be articulated.
Yeah, and checkered again. It's quite charged language.
Yes.
Paragraph 2 on page 3, please. Sorry, page 3. Paragraph 2. This is, again, about Suresh Grover. His next cause célèbre is the Justice for Ricky Real campaign that was touched on in an earlier report, which he will promote as the racial murder of an Asian youth that has met police indifference and racism. Furthermore, it gives Grover the opportunity to win back support from his Asian constituency. Imran Khan is the Lawrence family lawyer and a prominent member of Arthur Scargill's Socialist Labour Party. Despite approaching the inquiry with a left-wing agenda, he is unlikely to make any overtly political statements. So, again, the tone is quite cynical and unpleasant, would you agree? In the way that these people are
it's charged
described.
And yes, I think it is quite cynical and very, very political. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the police are here to deal with crime and terrorism and things like that. So, you know, it's hard to think what the justification of this type of reporting is.
And especially that this reporting that was being written with the view to going right up to the top of the chain, so going to the Commissioner.
Yes.
If we could just go to the paragraph underneath this, please. As for the Lawrence family, Doreen and Neville Lawrence split up during the first stage of the inquiry, although this is not public knowledge. Neville remains the more politicised of the two, although Doreen has recently been vocal in her calls for the Commissioner to resign. Neville feels a measure of ownership of the inquiry and resents others who seek to make capital of it, particularly when they call for public disorder. He's not a good public speaker, but will attend meetings and speak if invited. So, again, a clear example that the very sensitive personal information that HN81 inappropriately reported has now been incorporated into this report and is, again, on the face of it, going right up to the top of the chain. Does that surprise you that this was happening?
Yes.
And why does it surprise you?
because it just looks and feels completely inappropriate. I can't, to what end was this done or undertaken? Again, it just comes back to the unfairness of the Met using its, powers to glean this type of information that looks impossible to justify. So I am very surprised and saddened to read this.
If we go to page 7 of this same report, please, just under conclusion. The final paragraph reads, the inquiry has, in bold, politicised sections of the black community who hitherto would not have aligned themselves to any cause or campaign. This could impact on existing events where public disorder is a possibility, as any action by police may provide a catalyst for serious disturbances. Ultimately, sections of the community who would have condemned such action may now feel that it was justified. This is precisely the atmosphere in which political extremism flourishes, a fact not lost on the leaders of politically extreme groups. Would you agree that we're seeing again what is by now becoming quite a familiar refrain, that actually the inquiry is to blame for a breakdown in relations with the black community rather than the actions of the police that are being subjected to scrutiny as part of that inquiry?
I think so. I mean, a lot of the language and the commentary that I'm reading or have read before in my bundle, it reads like, it's written by people in a world that most of us don't inhabit. And that is the problem with which I've encountered in other roles in the Met, with units that are isolated from the mainstream of the organisation. And there have been all sorts of challenges with that. And I think this is evidence of that problem when you have these very secretive or specialist units, and they adopt, or they develop their own cultures and their own worldview, which is largely detached from much of the mainstream of the organisation. And that's why, I don't recognise this in a lot of the conversations that I had during this period, working with my team on the Lawrence Review team and the senior officers that were overseeing the production of that work.
But you could accept that this shows that SDS intelligence was via C Squad being channeled to people who were very closely involved in writing those submissions. Whether or not they took heed or it made any impact on them, nonetheless they were privy to this wholly inappropriate intelligence
channeled by
C Squad. Well, that's what would appear to be happening here, that this is a C Squad report.
They weren't writing the submissions, were they?
No, but they were sending the first page. The minute shows that it was written for Condon, for Thornton and for Grieve. And they were very involved in writing the submissions, weren't they?
Well, certainly involved, but weren't writing them. My team and I were writing them. They were editing them and commenting on them, of course. But yes.
And it goes to your point of the lack of a sterile corridor, the fact that even if they had no impact on the submissions, and we'll look at the submissions in due course, the appearance of this type of intelligence and reporting going to the Commissioner at this very, very, very fraught time. Yeah,
I can't see the justification for the reporting, and whether this ever got to the Commissioner or not, I don't know, but I'm not sure what value it adds if you actually read it, what's in it. But it is quite prejudicial and tainted. It's tainted material.
Yeah.
But I can't really comment further than that.
We had a look at an aspect of the submissions yesterday. I'd just like to go back to the submissions themselves now, if we could, please. It's B11, sir. It's UCPI UCPI 36911, page 31. This is chapter 19, again, that was the issues of race chapter. And at paragraph 53. The lack of sensitivity of some police officers also appears to have made it difficult for officers to understand the interest being taken in Stephen's murder by community groups in the area. There is also some evidence of politically motivated groups influencing communication between police and the Lawrence family. So would you agree that this echoes analysis and viewpoints that we have seen in the reporting, both in the C-Squad reporting that's assimilating SDS reporting and in the Lambert report, this idea that there are politically motivated groups influencing the way the Lawrences communicate with police?
It does echo that, yes. I think this wasn't much of a secret, that type of thing. I think there was lots of reporting at the time, I recall, in the news about, some of the political activity around the issue of the inquiry and Stephen Lawrence's murder.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure as a sentence it's particularly revealing or necessarily directly linked to that reporting. It may have been.
But it shows at least that this was something that it was felt important by your team to draw out in the submission.
Yeah, it's a one sentence comment.
Fair enough.
In a very big document, but yes, I think it's a kind of footnote, isn't it? Really, it's pointing to that as an issue. It doesn't elaborate. I take it in the following.
To be fair, I'll take you to then what's underneath, because it's true. Again, you can't really comment on it in isolation. So if we can zoom out, please, and just look at what is underneath. Oh, sorry, following page. So these are extracts from the transcripts from the inquiry hearings. This is from the questioning of Dev Barra, who was involved in Gokara, I think, Greenwich Community Relations Group. And the question was there, in your recollection, any attempt by any politically motivated organisations in effect to hijack the relationship between Stephen's parents and any other organisations and the police? My personal opinion is that in the past, my experience is there have been groups which have tried to do that, yes. Did that happen in this case? Well, myself personally, I think yes. So he's in effect saying there that there were attempts by politically motivated organisations to hijack the relationship. Then the second extract, with hindsight, you need groups like the ARA, so Anti-Racist Alliance, to point out issues to you because somebody like myself wasn't aware that this sort of thing was happening on a daily basis. And by that she means, I've read just the surrounding evidence, and she meant that the police making the assumption that black people were criminals, and the specific incident whereby someone at the vigil for Stephen Lawrence was visited by the police for no apparent reason. So she's making a point about unequal treatment of black people and white people. It continues, we did not continue with their support because we felt they had an agenda. They said they were there for the family, but they were also there to highlight the Anti-Racist Alliance, and they weren't taking the family's feelings into consideration. They saw this as something to push themselves forward and make themselves better known. And then paragraph 54 reads, such interest is not unusual in London, and it is recognised that police officers should have been able to respond effectively to it. The claim made in paragraph 53 that there is some evidence of politically motivated groups influencing communication, would you agree that actually these two pieces of evidence don't bear that out? In that Dev Barra's saying there were attempts to hijack the relationship, and Mrs. Lawrence is making it very clear that they were very alive to any attempts to affect the communication. But she's not saying they did get a foothold in our campaign. Would you agree with that?
This is in the submission.
Yeah. These are the final submissions.
So I agree there is a conflict between the previous statement you've shown and this. I think there probably was evidence in the public sphere about the efforts of groups to hijack or influence the campaign, but I'm pleased that we included this section because it's being transparent about what Mrs. Lawrence said in the inquiry.
Would it be fair to say that given that, well, you described yesterday how there was a slight conflict, not a serious conflict, but between your approach, which you and your, I think, police colleagues preferred a higher level approach, and the police lawyers were always trying to find forensic evidence to back things up?
Yes.
Would it be a fair analysis of this that maybe not you personally, but Richard Walton perhaps, was keen to advance this idea to deflect blame from the police, that actually a lot of the problems were down to political groups influencing the Lawrences, and wanted to get that high-level point in, and then the lawyers took it upon themselves to try and find evidence to back that up, but actually, I would argue, failed because the evidence doesn't back it up. Do you think that's possible? I agree. I realise it's hypothetical.
That's a huge leap, I think, you're making.
We looked at the section at paragraph 78 about Mrs. Lawrence's mistrust of the police that was referred to in the minute, so I don't think we need to go there again. We can take that down, please. I've asked you some questions about the propriety of the SDS reporting on the Lawrence family and that intelligence, on the face of it, making its way up to the top of the MPS hierarchy. You say in your witness statement at paragraph 108 that you're actually not surprised to learn that senior management appeared to have received briefings about the Lawrence family, including intimate knowledge of their breakup. Can you help us with why you said that in your witness statement and why you weren't surprised?
Because there was a lot of machinery in the Met to brief seniors on what was in the news, what was happening in the inquiry at the time. Some of that would have been informal briefing from people going to the inquiry, and also organisations or units like Special Branch would have been reporting on relevant material. Obviously, there's a complete debate about whether any of this material was lawful or relevant, but so that machinery, pumps a huge amount of information, and all bits of the Met will think, oh, let's try and be helpful. The bosses might need to know this or need to know that, and what some of this is revealing is just how inadequate, the control of some of that is. Some of it, I'm sure, well-intentioned, but not standing scrutiny of fairness, of privacy, of proportionality, legality. And you do have to have a huge machinery in to control that. It's expensive, but that's what we need to do.
Now, I understand you then, once the submissions had been made, the oral submissions had been set out at the inquiry, you took a step back and then you were brought back in just before Christmas to respond to some letters from the inquiry. And you say in your witness statement that during this very intense period of work, there was an adversarial exchange on the topic of institutional racism. So does it follow from that that you were made aware that this was actually going to be found?
Yes. Well, I can't remember if I was aware or not. I think we might have been aware. I think we may have had drafts of the report that was going to be published, shared with us.
Right.
To comment on finally.
Yeah.
And you know, institutional racism was one of the contentious issues, let's say.
And this adversarial exchange, you in your Ellison interview, we don't need to bring it up, but it's page 18 of that document, which is 03261. You say the adversarial exchange was about their thought process. To the best of my knowledge, and Sir Paul Condon did have a very strong view that this was an unhelpful phrase insofar as, you know, branding an entire organisation as racist. So does it follow from that he held firm to this view throughout the period that you're speaking to? He didn't bend his view or adapt it, or he cleaved to this
I think he was, yes, I think he did have a strong view. And my recollection of the letters, they were really testing and challenging and testing the rigour of the conclusion that you know, and I think the letters were quite they were very detailed. I think at one point, and they were testing the strength of the conclusion and the underpinning of it, if you like, and it got quite intellectual in some ways. The comments that were going back and forth.
John Grieve in his oral evidence referred to Meltdown Sunday, which I understand was 10 days before the publication of the inquiry report. So by our calculations, it's around the 14th of February, 1998. Were you familiar with a sort of institutional meltdown? Apparently Paul Condon had to take a day off just to
sounds very dramatic,
absorb.
But I wasn't there at that time. I'd left the inquiry or the review team, I think, in the October, and gone back to my home division of Peckham, and then in January, I then was seconded to the Anti-Corruption Command, and I stayed there right up until the day, or maybe the day before the publication. So I don't recall being there for that.
You say in your witness statement at paragraph 52 that you had no further involvement in the inquiry, save on the day of the publication of the report. You were part of a team of officers around the Commissioner dealing with the ramifications of the report. And you say, I think I may have helped out with briefing staff about the findings of the report and encouraging officers not to behave defensively. So can you help us with just generally the way the report was received amongst these officers? I mean, the suggestion that you had to advise them not to behave defensively, does it follow from that they were defensive in the face of the findings?
Well, naturally, with 30,000 police officers, some of them were going to be.
But I mean the ones that you were briefing particularly.
The Commissioner was always very clear throughout this whole period. And again, I think he believes in democracy. He was clear that if this inquiry, or whatever the inquiry concluded, that he would accept the findings and would implement change to reflect those findings. He was very clear about that and consistent throughout. And yes, he challenged and argued at different points about some of the process and some of the emerging findings.
Yep.
But on the day that report arrived, he was prepared. He had made sure the organisation was prepared. And in fact, there was a cascading system of briefings that were implemented on that day that ran, I think, for a number of days, from my recollection, with very specific messages to both officers and staff about what this meant, and how we need to respond to it. And part of that message, I'm sure, was, we shouldn't be defensive. We should accept this is the judgment from a lawfully convened, competent inquiry, and we need to change.
One of the many findings that Macpherson made was about the treatment of Dwayne Brooks at the scene, and you referred sort of tangentially to it yesterday in your evidence about when PC Linda Bethel was being cross-examined about asking Dwayne Brooks about whether or not he had a weapon on him at the time, and you said that that was standard police procedure. But one of Macpherson's findings was that, in fact, Mr. Brooks was not dealt with properly at the scene. I'll just read you that small extract from his report. He wrote, his first contact was probably with Police Constable Linda Bethel. We are driven to the conclusion that Mr. Brooks was stereotyped as a young black man exhibiting unpleasant hostility and agitation, who could not be expected to help, and whose condition and status simply did not need further examination or understanding. We believe that Mr. Brooks's colour and such stereotyping played their part in the collective failure of those involved to treat him properly and according to his needs. In light of that finding, do you, or did you, reconsider this view that, in fact, the way he was treated and his being asked about a weapon was acceptable, an acceptable way to treat him?
Absolutely, but I think you're conflating different things here. What I was referring to was during the process of the inquiry, and I can't remember the transcript exactly, but something came up where it appeared that the very fact that this officer had said to Dwayne Brooks, "Have you got any weapons on you?" was deemed to be a racist response. That's how it presented, and I think what we were trying to say was, well, in the dark of night in South London, when you've been called to an incident that suggests it's been violent, it is not unreasonable to check very early on whoever you're dealing with whether they pose a threat to you.
But in all the circumstances.
Yes, and I was commenting on that specific point. The reporting, the conclusions of the inquiry, more generally on how Dwayne Brooks was treated, was accepted.
Yeah. Just a very final brief point, just for clarity, because I think there's some blurriness around it. And I appreciate I'm asking you to recall things that happened a long time ago. So it may be impossible to achieve absolute clarity. In respect of the drafting of the submissions and when they were finished, you say in your witness statement that, and this is paragraph 46, you say the document was drafted over the summer of 1998. I think it was largely finished by the end of August 1998 or early September 1998. But yesterday in your oral evidence, you suggested at one point that it might be possible that they were largely completed by early August. Obviously, we've seen meeting minutes which show work was still being done
Yes.
in September.
Yes.
Would you prefer the timeline that you set out in your witness statement, as in they were still ongoing by September, that early August would be too early?
I think that much of the work was done by then. A lot of drafting had been done by early August. To the extent to which we'd assembled a full draft, I couldn't be sure. Well, clearly, from some of the meetings we've seen,
Yeah.
it would suggest, I would say, that most likely it was the end of August rather than the beginning.
Thank you. Sir, those are all the questions I have. I believe we've received all the Rule 10s and I've incorporated them into my questioning thus far. It may be worth rising very briefly just to satisfy ourselves that there's nothing.
Certainly, and
remaining.
I'll do that. And is there likely to be any re-examination?
No, thank you, sir.
In that event, while you're taking instructions on that, can the room perhaps be set up for our next witness?
Indeed.
And we'll take 10 minutes to do that. Is that all right? I'll rise for 10 minutes. Yes.
Sir, I can confirm there are no additional Rule 10s.
In which case, your evidence is now concluded. Thank you for coming to the inquiry and giving it. I know it's not straightforward to try and remember these events all those years ago, but I'm grateful to you for doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will now rise for a couple of minutes to let the room be set up for the next witness.
swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth.
and nothing but the truth. Just take a seat. Thank you.
Mr. Walton, thank you very much for attending to assist the inquiry with your evidence today. My questions today are intended to be short and simple, that they're not always. If you have any difficulty understanding my questions or you'd like me to repeat or rephrase, please do say at any time. There will not be a break before lunch, as I understand it, but if you need one, please feel free to ask for one. May I ask that you keep your voice up in any answers that you give so that the transcribers can hear you. You've provided a witness statement to this inquiry. Please can we bring up, that is it, that's for the transcript, UCPI 37511, A1 in the bundle, sir. This is a statement dated the 23rd of May 2025, and if we could turn to page 55, please. Sorry, back of it, 54, my apologies. There is a signature block that's redacted out, but is that a document that you have signed?
Yes, it is.
Are there any corrections you wish to make to this statement?
No.
And can you confirm that, therefore, the statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And that you're happy for that to stand as your evidence in chief to this inquiry?
Absolutely.
So I'd ask that be admitted as Mr. Walton's evidence in chief. Mr. Walton, you joined the MPS in January 1986, initially posted to Paddington Green for 3 years. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You then moved to Special Branch in April 1989 as a detective constable.
That's correct.
And between 1989 and 1995, you worked in various parts of Special Branch, including Ports, B Squad and C Squad.
Yes, that's correct.
In 1997, you were posted as a detective sergeant to Special Branch, to 2-area Special Branch liaison, and were then subsequently appointed as the investigation officer of an investigation into a former MI6 intelligence officer, Richard Tomlinson. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, according to the MPS personnel records, which we may go to later, the inquiry understands that it's likely to have been at some point between January and March 1997. Does that sound about right in terms of your chronology?
Sorry, in terms of the
move
investigation, Official Secrets Act investigation?
Well, the move back to Special Branch.
Yes. I mean, I can't be precise around that, but that seems about right.
While in that posting, I understand you completed phase 1 of the accelerated promotion course.
That's correct.
In October 1997, between October and December, and that you then returned to your duties in Special Branch. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that to continue Mr. Tomlinson's case?
No,
for other duties?
that was that was finished by then. It was the Tomlinson case was finished upon his conviction, which I think was October, November 1997, but obviously it'd be a public record. He pleaded guilty.
So you went back to Special Branch as 2-area liaison, or was it in a different role?
No, after that, I was still part of the 2-area team, but there was some mopping up to do after the case before I was posted then to the Lawrence Review team in May 1998.
Yes, so you then moved to the Stephen Lawrence Review team and then subsequently to the Racial and Violent Crimes Task Force CO24.
That's correct.
We'll come back to the dates of those moves in due course, but you agree the sequence?
Yes, entirely.
Following your time in CO24, you served in a variety of increasingly senior roles within the Metropolitan Police Service, culminating in your appointment as the head of MPS Counter-Terrorism Command, SO15,
That's correct.
in the rank of Commander.
Yes, correct.
And you retired from the Metropolitan Police Service on the 20th of January 2016, exactly 30 years service.
Yes, correct.
Winding back the clock then to 1998. When did you first hear about the Stephen Lawrence Review team?
I suppose not at its inception, but when I was appointed to it, and I can't be precise about how I was appointed to it.
I think in your statement you suggest it may have been May 1998.
Yes, that's
does
correct.
That tally?
Yes.
And how did your appointment to the review team come about?
My best recollection is a conversation with the OCA commander, who was then Colin Black. Obviously, Special Branch would have been aware at that time that I would be moving on, because with the phasing of the accelerated promotion course, I would not have been staying in Special Branch, so it was a question of where he could be posted to next. The Lawrence review team had just started, I think, at that time, and I was late in on it, I think. I think it started around April, and I joined it around May, I think.
And do you know why, in particular, you were selected for that role? Did you apply for it, or were you selected?
Well, I was appointed, really, in that role. As you, I think, heard yesterday, sir, from Mr. Quick's evidence, they were looking for a certain type of individual, young, objective individuals, or certainly officers who were free thinkers. I think that's what Mr. Quick said yesterday. A large number of the 8 to 10 officers were on the accelerated promotion course at different stages, including, I think, Nick F. Grave and potentially Mr. Quick himself.
And the role of the Stephen Lawrence review team, we understand, was to take an objective view of the evidence to advise and formulate the MPS response to...
Yes, it was. And as you heard yesterday, sir, it was a very narrow brief in one sense, because it was looking at the evidence that had been heard in the first inquiry and examining the material from the first murder investigation and trying to determine whether there was evidence of corruption, incompetence, and or racism.
Mr. Quick described the team's remit yesterday as to examine the evidence that the inquiry was hearing and to comment on that and make suggestions or recommendations on how the Met might respond to it. Does that?
Yes, that's
your
correct.
suggestions then? And you also had the benefit of the input of counsel as part of SLRT?
Yes, but obviously I was a junior officer even on the team, but latterly, and I know that you covered this yesterday, so with those meetings in August with the Met's legal counsel, I participated in some of those meetings.
Yeah, we'll go through those in due course. I think you've indicated about 8 to 10 people on the team, headed by Mr. Quick.
Yes, and Nick F. Grave was the inspector and his deputy.
Had you worked with any of the other officers on that team before?
I think I knew John Sutherland. I think I knew Nick F. Grave. I don't think I knew Mr. Quick at that time. That was my first time be working with him, as far as I can remember.
So in addition to the resource from the team, the input from council, was there any other stakeholder input, if I can put it that way? Did you consult focus groups, or was it entirely internal in how you formulated your response?
As I recall, it was entirely internal and actually quite narrow in terms of that. We were confined to those two areas, which was the wealth of investigative material from the first murder investigation and the reviews of the murder investigation, and then the material, the transcript from the inquiry. There was no other, as far as I can remember, there was no other material. Obviously, in terms of my issues of race, which we'll come on to in a minute, no doubt, I was digging into academia and other sources, but open sources, not sources within the Met, to explore the issues of institutional racism and other matters.
Did you have any role within that team in keeping the Commissioner aware of the interest in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry by particular groups?
Absolutely not, sir. And you will come on to this point, I'm sure, but Mr. Lambert has referred to me in his evidence, I understand, as he thought I was the Commissioner's staff officer. But clearly that was not the case. I was the Commissioner's staff officer of a later Commissioner when I was a Chief Superintendent, but at this stage I was a relatively junior officer on that team, and had no contact with the Commissioner, save for the meetings, with the meeting that we'll talk about later.
Yeah, could we show, please, document B4 in the bundle, MPS 0749500. Thank you very much. This is the cover of a note analysing press coverage. And if we could look at page 2, please, I think that would give us the heading. Yep. Reporting, and this is reporting, press reporting on the Stephen Lawrence public inquiry. And page 3, please. This is the body of a briefing note about press coverage on what's described as the extreme left-wing and black press. If we go back to page 1 and the minute sheet, please, we can see there is a minute by Detective Superintendent Black. Mm. It's a little difficult to read, I think.
Yes.
But if you look down at the manuscript minute, please. And about halfway along the second row of texts, I think it's a little difficult to read, so I'll read it out. But there is no doubt that the enquiry is going to influence police work for a long time to come. The review team will keep the Commissioner aware, otherwise I would have sent this up for his information. Now, do I take it that as a member of the review team, it was not your impression that it was the responsibility of the review team to update the Commissioner on those matters?
Well, I think that from the evidence of Mr. Quick yesterday, unless I'm mistaken, I think he said that he had had contact with the Commissioner at various times, informing the Commissioner of how the review team was getting on. The only sort of connection with the Commissioner and the review team was through Mr. Quick and then into the Assistant Commissioner, who was either Ian Johnson or Dennis O'Connor. I think there's a rotation around that, but mostly Dennis O'Connor at the end. But the only person that was seeing the Commissioner would have been Mr. Quick, Mr. O'Connor, or Mr. Johnson.
Before considering your specific role on the SLRT, was your posting to that team your only posting at the time, or did you have other responsibilities?
That was my only responsibility, sir. And in fact, it was a very intense period of 2 months. We worked very long hours, and we had a very important role to do. And it was quite a taxing time for the team, as Mr. Quick articulated yesterday.
Mr. Quick yesterday said, so I think it's folio 192, lines 1 to 5, that you quite often went back to Special Branch to do your day job. Is that correct, or was Mr. Quick mistaken?
I'm not quite sure it was put in those terms. I think he said that officers from the team often went back to their sort of home environments. I don't actually remember going back to Special Branch over those 2 months at all.
Well, I don't want to put the question on a false premise. It may be sensible to bring that transcript up if it is available. So I think that's at folio 192 of yesterday's evidence. I think reference will be from the combined PM. Maybe it doesn't matter. Perhaps we'll come back to that.
I mean, I can still answer the question. I have no recollection of going back to the special branch during that time. Of course, I may well have done for matters of mopping up the official secret act investigation I've been involved in, or one or two other things. But basically, my memory is we, the team, were focused in a very concentrated way in a very small office, dealing with a very large task, and that was what I was doing, basically.
Understood. So you were very much not riding two horses. It was
not,
no,
your absolutely not.
Your main concern.
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
If we could now look at your witness statement, so we can examine your specific role in the review team, please. Could we have Mr. Walton's witness statement U37511 at page 17, please, showing paragraphs 42. Thank you very much. So you explain in the first line that different officers were tasked with examining different aspects of the initial murder investigation of Stephen Lawrence, e.g. corruption, incompetence and racism, as you explained a little earlier. And you say, the next sentence on the third line, that you were asked to look at issues relating to racism and the investigation of racist crime, and that you were given a very specific remit to write 2 chapters of the MPS's response to Part 1 of the Lawrence Inquiry Report. Now, we understand that the 2 chapters of the report you were asked to write were Chapter 15 on race and Chapter 15 issues of race.
19.
Sorry, you're quite right, 19. Do you know why you were tasked to produce those specific chapters?
No. Mr. Quick mentioned yesterday he thought I might have had some knowledge or have been involved in research around race prior to this appointment. I don't think that's correct, actually.
Yeah. So you didn't have any particular experience or expertise to qualify you for that task. Not to say you were unqualified, but there was no particular reason for you.
No. John, 2 of the other sergeants were given the other 2 issues: incompetence and corruption.
And leading up to that, had you done any work specialising in issues relating to racism or the investigation of racist crime?
No, I don't think I had. Obviously, I had experience of being an officer, a constable in Paddington Green, but apart from that, no.
Perhaps it falls away given the evidence yesterday. But do you know whether it was intentional that you didn't have that particular experience, and that you were there to look at it with fresh eyes? Well,
I think Mr. Quick wanted all of us to look at all the issues with fresh eyes. We were very aware that, of what the Metropolitan Police was facing, and race was one of the 3 issues. I think it was in yesterday's evidence there was suggestion that the Met at the start of the Lawrence Review team thought that mostly this was around incompetence and not around race and corruption, whereas very quickly our research was showing that actually all 3 were of concern.
By this time in 1998, what was your personal experience of racism within the Metropolitan Police Service?
1998. Of course, there were examples of racist behaviour, but I think I wouldn't be able to recall any particular example of overt racist behaviour. Then we obviously get into unconscious racism and cultural insensitivities and stereotyping, etc., which we can talk about. I can talk at length on some of that, because that was the issues. Those were the issues we were looking at in Chapter 19. Nothing particular that springs to mind.
And when you joined in 1986, were you aware of any overt racism by police officers?
I don't think overt racism. I think more overt sexism. When I started in '86, misogyny, yes, concerning levels of that. We hadn't at that point got equality in terms of women officers being selected, with parity with men and having equality in terms of progression. My suggestion would be that it was less around race, actually, but it depends which part of London you were working in, of course.
And prior to your work on the Lawrence inquiry, were you aware of the more subtle forms of racism, such as we say, the institutional racism?
I don't know. I definitely wasn't aware of the concept of institutional racism. That was a concept that was introduced, I think, into the country for the first time by Robin Oakley during the inquiry.
Returning to your contribution to the report proper, Mr. Quick said in his statement that he can't rule out that you contributed to other parts of the submissions. Do you, if we could bring up his witness statement?
I can be categorical about that. I only worked on 15 and 19 and race, and that was more than enough, I can tell you.
If we could just bring up that extract from Mr. Quick's statement, if I may. That's M749663, page 16, please, and paragraph 65. You've already answered my anticipated question, my question about whether you contributed to other parts of the submission, but I wanted to just ask you about the last 3 lines of that paragraph. His ability to impose any particular narrative on the document was, as a result of the process, virtually non-existent. Do you agree with that?
I think what he's saying there is that anything that was written by the leads for those 3 areas, incompetence, racism, corruption, went through a kind of editing process, Nick F. Grave and himself, Mr. Quick, before then going up the chain. So I think it's non-existence is a bit strong, because obviously I did the work on Chapter 19, which was quite it was quite a significant issue, in the inquiry. So I produced, obviously, the early drafts on that. It was subject to a lot of revision, of course, and a lot of commentary by senior officers. I think virtually non-existent is a little strong.
So is it fair to say that you were able to assert your views within your particular chapters, but you couldn't steer the whole ship?
Well, they weren't my views. We were trying to be objective, and I think we achieved that. In particular, in relation to Chapter 19, we were being steered, but we were also being quite challenging amongst ourselves, but also to some of the senior officers that we came in contact with. And as Mr. Quick articulated yesterday, some of that was quite uncomfortable. The notion of institutional racism was, as I said, was introduced, I think, into the country through this one paper that Robin Oakley submitted to the inquiry. And it became a seminal paper. The inquiry took on board that paper. And obviously my issues of race chapter had to come to a position on that. I had my own views, but we were trying to be objective around this and impartial.
CO24. We'll examine, as I say, the timeline of your move from the review team to CO24, but first I'd like to explore what that CO24 role and specialism was. So CO24 was the Racial and Violent Crimes Task Force, led by Deputy Assistant Commissioner Grieve, correct?
Correct. It was also known as CO24 or Racial and Violent Crime Task Force, those two sort of designations. It was the same unit.
Yes. And it was a new unit?
Yes.
Do you recall why it was set up?
Well, yes, it was set up because there were concerns that what was being exposed in the part one of the inquiry there were serious issues that needed to be addressed by the service. And that was understood across the service, not at all ranks. But in particular, there was also a need to understand some of the things that were coming out through the inquiry, and to verify as well some of the propositions that were being put to us through the inquiry, and we wanted to make sure they were factually correct.
If we could show, please, MPS 0722486 at page 141, please. This is a document which sets out the stated aim of the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force. Thank you. And under the aim, to ensure that racial and violence crime is recognised, investigated thoroughly to agreed quality standards, and reviewed objectively to enable lessons to be learned. I think yesterday Mr. Grieve agreed that those were, in essence, the aims of the task force. Does that accord with your recollection at the time? Yes,
I helped to inform this draft action plan. This is version 6. I don't know how many versions we had, and I don't know when it was actually put into policy, if you like. But of course, at this point in time, that was our aim.
And I think Mr. Grieve in his statement said that the team was focused on the effective investigation of racist and other hate crimes, critical incident management within the MPS, formation of independent advisory groups, development of trained family liaison officers, and the development of strategic and community partnerships. Is there anything you would want to add to that?
No, all I'd say is that obviously it started the unit in early August, and this is a month or so on. It was during those 4 or 5, 6 weeks, it was a slightly moving feast as to what the remit was, and I think various responsibilities were being added to it. I don't know when, for instance, the reinvestigation of the Lawrence murder inquiry became part of it. I think that was later on, actually. I'm not even sure it was in this version 6 action plan.
So you obviously contributed to the action plan, but what was your specific role within that unit when you joined?
Well, there wasn't a unit at the beginning. So if we look at a little bit of timeline, Sir Paul Condon and John Grieve, I think on the 1st of August.
Yeah, well, if it helps, we will come to the timeline really very shortly, but I just wanted to understand in terms of your past, in terms of what you were doing as your day-to-day. So initially you get there and it's in its infancy, is that right?
It was an empty office.
And who's there with you at that stage?
I remember meeting Barry McDowell in an empty office and having a discussion around purchasing a photocopying machine.
Okay.
It didn't exist. So we had to start from scratch.
So you're one of the very first people in the unit?
Yes, but I was distracted away because I had annual leave for about 2.5 weeks.
Do you recall the dates of that leave?
I've not been able to determine that, unfortunately. But so there is a gap. I moved house in early September, so either side of that, I think, probably.
Did the unit itself, as opposed to DAC Grieve, have any direct role in the Met's participation in the Macpherson inquiry?
I don't think so.
And
Can I just say, I was the only member of the Lawrence Food team to stay on and join CO24, and no one else did. So I carried the learning from the Lawrence Food team into CO24.
You just said stay on to join.
Yes.
Did you view it as very much finishing at Lawrence review team and then feeding into CO24?
Yes, there was, and I've used this comment obviously in the statement. There's a short transition period.
Yeah.
But and I don't know if you're going to cover it, but there's a handwritten minute dated the 10th
Yes,
of August.
we will cover that.
Yeah. Okay.
Was there any overlap in your duties between those two units?
Well, would you like me to go through the timeline or?
We will come to the timeline, but
Okay.
just in terms of what you are being asked to do.
No,
within
as
those
far
two.
as
if we think of it as a job description almost.
well, there was no job description when I started in CO24 because there was no role. So no one had a job description except John Grieve from the commissioner. So we had to create job descriptions and roles. And sorry, what was the? Forgive me. What was the question?
Well, I was just trying to ascertain if you were, I appreciate it may not have actually been a job description, but if you were to have,
What was my role? Yeah.
were there points that were both applicable to both roles? Were there duties that was equally applicable to one as the other, or were they discrete?
John Grieve wanted, and I think he alluded to this yesterday, wanted to set up an intelligence capability within CO24 because he wanted to understand race crime in more depth in terms of statistics and metrics, so we could start to address the challenges. So one of the his early aspirations was to create an intelligence unit. Barry McDowell, who is another detective sergeant, who I've just mentioned him, he and I both worked together in Special Branch before, so we had an intelligence background. In terms of my role, when I first started in CO24, I think I might have been leaning towards being part of that intelligence unit. But it quickly became that I was given another responsibility, which was Operation Spectrum, John Grieve didn't remember this yesterday, but which was to devise a menu of tactical options, strategic and tactical options, for tackling race crime.
I think you've described it as a toolkit, isn't it?
A toolkit, yes. And I was very proud of that work, and that was launched across the Met in February, I think, 1999. I didn't end up having a role around intelligence. Barry McDowell took that on, and I didn't do that in the end.
Are you able to help us with the timeline of when it became apparent that you weren't going to be involved in the intelligence cell?
No, but quite early on. I can't be precise, sorry.
Well, as we work through the timeline, if it jumps out to you,
Yes,
please do say. So let's start looking at the timeline. Mr. Grieve has said in his statement to the inquiry that he was approached by Commissioner Condon in mid-July 1998 about the role. Mm-hmm. And if we bring up UCPI 37509, page 1, we can see that it was announced in the media.
Yes.
That he would be heading up a new racial and violent crime task force in the MPS. And if we look at the top of that document, we can see that's dated Saturday, August the 1st, 1998.
Yes.
Mr. Grieve, again in his statement at paragraph 25A, we don't need to go to it, and in his oral evidence yesterday, confirmed that he was appointed to start formally on the 3rd of August 1998, and that the unit was formally established 3 days later on the 6th of August. As far as those accord, do those accord with your understanding of the timeline?
Yes, but like me, he was in transition from a role as head of counter-terrorism. And of course, as you can see from this BBC News, he has approved, he's either been involved with Mr. Condon in a press conference, or he's given a press statement, which you see at the bottom of that page. So he had started in the week before the 3rd. Obviously, formally, the Racial Violent Crime Task Force was, I think, the start date was actually the 6th.
Yes.
So the 3rd is the Monday. I think this is the previous week.
Yeah. So I think we're all on
I
this.
think so, yes.
If we could now start exploring the timing of your move from the review team to CO24, please. Could we show your witness statement at page 4, paragraphs 12 and 13? It's UCPI 37511. Page 4, paragraphs 12 and 13, please. So you say at the end of page 12, I completed my work on the response by early August 1998. Now, we heard this morning from Mr. Grieve that maybe the response was not finalised quite then, and we'll go through that in due course. And in paragraph 13, my recollection is that I then started working on the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force in August 1998. I do not recall the exact date I stopped my work with the SLRT and started work with CO24. I recall that I started transitioning into the latter role in August, and in any case, well before the 5th of October. What do you mean when you say you started transitioning into your role in CO24? You've alluded to that a little bit this morning already, but if you could explain what that means in practical terms to you.
Well, that was starting with Barry McDowell, I think Dave Field, the early officers in the unit, setting up the unit, working on the remit, as you've shown, transitioning into that unit. I should say that there was a lot of energy at this time. Obviously, John Grieve had been appointed. He was a charismatic, well-respected police leader, former head of counter-terrorism, so he was a very good appointment for this role. And he brought instant energy in terms of, we need to get moving on this very fast. And so there was a lot of energy around early August to resolve and address the issues that we had picked up from that the inquiry had picked up and that we had picked up as well in the Lawrence Review team.
Yeah, given the distinct roles that you had between the two units and the teams, how practically was it possible to at this stage be riding two horses?
Well, it's only a matter of days, and if I may be permitted to go through those days,
we will.
I think this is the mistake, if I might say, that Mr. Ellison made, and it's very important so that there's an understanding of personnel records. And I have included with my statement an email that was sent by the Deputy Head of Professional Standards to Mr. Ellison in, I think, February 1998. You might want to get it up. But that was pointing out to him that when officers move, I wasn't formally appointed as a detective inspector till the 5th of October. That was under the Accelerated Promotion Course scheme, which was a Home Office scheme, not a force scheme. So in terms of chronology, we have the 1st of August. Mr. Walton, I am going to take you through that chronology in due course. The document which Mr. Walton is referring to is B65. We will come to that in due course, and I think it might make more sense to consider it. As you wish, yes.
At this, and you will have every opportunity to supplement anything I may have missed out in due course. In terms of that transition period, where were you based? Were both roles based at Scotland Yard?
Yes. I can't remember the floor that the Lawrence Review team was on. It was a different floor to the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force. A few floors up, I think. But in terms of, you ask riding two horses, that does then bring us to the exact dates around the chronology, because the pivot point for me, it's really important that the inquiry understands this, was the 7th of August. So on the 6th of August, I received notification from the Home Office And again, I've submitted this in my evidence. Do
Yeah,
you wish me to continue? Sorry. Or...
We will come to
Oh, right,
we will
okay.
come to that.
Sorry,
I understand. Maybe I'll come back to these questions if we've established the
Yeah,
chronology.
okay.
But as a general recollection, at the time you moved to CO24, is it right, or entered your transition, is it right that work on the MPS submissions was still ongoing?
Work was still going, as you heard yesterday, on the submissions right up until they were submitted on the 18th of September. My work on the submission, my drafts, was completed on the 7th of August, which is when there was a meeting which was discussed yesterday.
Yep.
In page 250 of the Ellison Review, he refers to there will be the meeting agreed that there will be a further iteration of the race submission, but not by Richard Walton.
Right.
Now, I didn't finish those papers 15 and 19. I handed them to Helen Ball, who she was referred to yesterday as detective superintendent. I think she was a detective inspector at the time, but Helen had a background in proofreading, and
Yes.
I gave her my submissions. So
That is slightly down the line. Let's look at the chronology. Let's start with the 3rd of August, and then we'll very quickly get to the 7th.
Okay.
3rd of August, if we could bring up document B7, that's MPS 0749660. And these should be the minutes of the meeting on the 3rd of August 1998. Thank you very much. And if we look at the list of attendees, we can see you there, second from bottom. You're present, as is Mr. Quick and Mr. Grieve. You are described there as Acting Detective Inspector Walton. So for clarity, at that stage, you are Acting Detective Inspector, correct?
Yes, but I mean, yes, as shown. It's pretty arbitrary. Yeah.
Well, it's important, isn't it, Mr. Walton? Because in various accounts, you are at pains to stress that you are a sergeant, but it's quite clear, certainly in this context, you are regarded as an Acting Detective Inspector.
Yes, but it's not clear on which hat I'm wearing at this day, if this is the 7th.
But in CO24, you were a substantive inspector, weren't you?
Only with effect from the 5th of October.
And your previous role, the investigation of Mr. Tomlinson, you had been an Acting Detective Inspector.
Correct.
So,
yes.
although I appreciate you hold the substantive rank of sergeant at this time,
Yeah.
you had for maybe a year or so, maybe longer, acted as an acting detective inspector.
Only starting when I undertook the investigation, Official Secret Act investigation.
So if we zoom out, please. Now, there is no contribution from you recorded to this meeting. I don't suppose at this distance you recall whether you made any contribution on the 3rd of August or not.
I don't recall making a contribution. Obviously, I was the most junior officer in the room.
And if we could look, please, at the discussion section under the heading, under the first BQ heading, so Mr. Quick's contribution, and his explanation that we see there, that the meeting is to address issues of pitch and tone of the Met's submissions. Would you agree that those are pretty fundamental issues for a written submission to a public inquiry?
Yes, of course, yes.
Pitch and tone permeate the entire document, don't they?
They do.
So you cannot have a draft which is near finishing until you've agreed your pitch and tone.
Well, the submissions weren't finished, clearly.
Yeah. Just whilst we have this document up, please, if you could look at the foot of page 2 and the final bullet point, there's a note in relation to contribution by Mr. Grieve, where he suggests hiring an independent consultant to conduct an ethical audit of the document. Do you remember what that suggestion was about?
I don't, actually. I'm sorry, no.
Do you recall that happening?
I don't recall it happening.
Was it a concern of the review team that the submissions were produced to high ethical standards?
No.
It wasn't.
The review team were very confident of our ethical standards throughout.
So just so we're clear, it was a concern that...
No. There was no concern. I think this is John Grieve.
Sorry, if I may rephrase the question,
Sorry.
because I feel I may be leading you down a wrong line. Was it the intention that the submissions would be produced to high ethical standards?
Oh, of course, yes, of course. Sorry.
And was that a conscious intention at the time?
Yes. And this, the Lawrence Review team, I was working with some of the finest officers I've ever worked with. And obviously they've all gone on to great things subsequently.
If we could now turn to the 7th of August, there is a further meeting of the review team, and the parts of that note which are not subject to legal professional privilege are reproduced in the witness statement of Mr. Giles. If we could bring that up, please. That's MPS 0749705, page 3, paragraph 4. So this is B77 in Mr. Walton's bundle. Thank you very much. So we can see that, again, you're recorded as an attendee, and there's the entry for ADI Walton halfway down the list.
Yes.
If we look at paragraph 5 of Mr. Giles' statement, he records, the meeting was opened by AC Johnson, who explained that its purpose was to discuss the content and style of the submissions to the inquiry. During the course of the discussion, Superintendent Thornton and Superintendent Quick gave their views on the Part 1 submissions. AC Johnson provided detail as to the Commissioner's views. Now, I understand from your witness statement that you don't recall this meeting and you don't recall contributing in a substantive way. Is
That's
that right?
correct.
That is still so today?
Yes.
I understand, just purely for completeness, I understand when you spoke to Mr. Ellison and Ms. Morgan, it was suggested that you had a minor contribution. You made a minor contribution in relation to supplying documents, but nothing more than that.
If that's what's recorded, then yes.
But again, it does seem that there's a discussion about content and style, so again, this drafting is very much underway as at 7th of August. What is your best recollection, and I know you've touched on this a little, what's your best recollection of the stage of drafting at that point?
So my best recollection around the 7th of August is that my work on the submissions for 15 and 19 was basically finished, and I think it's at that point I handed over my submissions to DI Helen Ball, who was going to be proofreading. That's not to say that subsequently there couldn't have been some tweaking of those chapters, but it wouldn't have been by me.
And just so I understand the role of DI Ball, you said she had experience in proofreading.
Yes.
Was she asked to deal with the document as a proofreader, or was she taking a more editorial role? Was she also a less editorial role, a more substantial role?
Proofreader, definitely, because she was qualified as a proofreader and had been a teacher before she joined the service.
So, even though the document is being proofread, the job of a proofreader is to correct obvious errors and to flag, for example, issues which may need further revision, presumably by you as the author of the
once I gave my work across to Helen Ball, I didn't have any impact on it again afterwards, and she would be able to confirm this. My job was basically done. And now, obviously, I did turn up to the meeting on the 13th, I think it is. But again, I had no contribution. I think it's important to say that because I was the original author of the Issues of Race paper, which was such a contentious issue, and such an important issue, I was, despite being a junior officer, I was invited into some of these significant meetings with senior officers because they wanted to ask me potentially questions about that one issue of institutional racism. I was like the go-to person on that because of the academic side of the term and the Robin Oakley paper and my analysis of institutional racism in that chapter. So that was, I think, the reason why I was in the subsequent meetings. But once I'd handed over my submissions, and Helen will be able to verify this, I'm sure, my job was done on the submissions.
But again, I come back to my point, which is that if fundamental issues such as pitch and tone are not resolved, it surely can't be right that you had no further input with your draft. That'd be...
Well, that's the case. I'm certain of it.
Moving on a few days in time to the 13th of August, there were two meetings of the Stephen Lawrence Review team, one at 8 o'clock in the morning and one at 9:30 in the morning. You're not present at the 8 o'clock, but you are at the 9:30. We'll look at the 8 o'clock nonetheless, please. If we could look at Mr. Giles' statement, please, over onto page 4, paragraph 7, please. And again, we see a list of attendees. As I say, you're not there, but there's senior officers and there's members from the Solicitor's Department and Council.
And also D.S. Sutherland was from Mr. Quick's team. He was the Lawrence Review team.
If we look at what's recorded in Mr. Giles's note, page 4, please, first paragraph on the page. Recommendation for the format of the submission, New Scotland Yard team product to be used as the basis, then edited and modified by Council, A.C. Johnson, and then, if we could zoom back out, please.
So that is a reference back to the meeting.
Sorry,
on
you're
7th
quite
of
right.
August.
Sorry, page 4, should be page 4. I'm sorry, it's my mistake. Page 6. That's it. There we go. Race NSY submission is excellent. Council need only add a small factual input, e.g. RIU, the Racial Incidents Unit, at Plumstead. And that's a comment from Council. Now, if we could bring up the finished submission. So this is a suggestion that's made on the 13th of August. If we could then bring up the finished submissions, please. That's UCPI 36911 and page 8. On that page under 15.1, and then again at 15.2 brackets 1, we're seeing references to that Racial Incidents Unit.
Yes.
It would seem that those have made it into the draft. Were there references to that unit before this date?
I can't be certain, I'm sorry.
Would it...
I know that I wouldn't have, that final adjustment wouldn't have been me that made that. That was, I wasn't holding the pen, as it were, at that time. So,
in terms of the addition, is it your evidence that it didn't come back to you to add in?
It definitely didn't come back to me to add. That's a minor, almost a proofread correction.
Well, there's, I think, a fairly substantial treatment of that unit within your chapter.
No, I don't think it refers to the whole chapter.
Okay.
I think it just refers to the title, I think. I'm not sure. This is, I had written this, this is all stuff I had written. So 1, 2, 3, that was me in the early drafts. So. That hasn't gone in.
So it's not a substantial addition of a topic.
No, not at all. No.
It is more minor as
I think it's just literally the acronym or the actual name. But that didn't go in. That I wrote that very early on. It's virtually the first thing we looked at was the racial incident unit.
And in your witness statement, you rely on the comment by counsel that the submission is excellent.
Yes.
In support of your contention that the work on your sections didn't require further work.
Correct.
Or input from you after you provided them to the team in early August.
Correct. I don't think there was much adjustment at all. There was a bit of proofreading from Helen Ball in terms of, grammar, language, but I don't think the chapter 15 and 19 changed in any meaningful way after I passed them on to Helen, which is around on the 7th.
If we look at...
Would you permit me, please? I mean, just that point I made earlier on, sir, because the Hugh Giles summary, taking out the legal privilege, doesn't appear to include that sentence that I referred to earlier on, which Mr. Ellison did, which is, again, I say page 250 of his report, where he talks about the meeting agreed to have a sort of final submission of the race paper by the 14th of August, but not by Richard Walton. And I think that's a reference to they wanted Helen's proofreading to be done by the 14th. But it's important to note that, I think. Sorry. I'm not sure the inquiry's seen that as such. Obviously, it's in the Ellison review.
If we go back to Mr. Giles's note, this may be where your point may have been were included. Mr. Giles's witness statement, 0749705, page 6, paragraph 10, please. MPS 0749705. It was the document we had up before this one. Thank you very much. Paragraph 10, please. This is there then follows a discussion in the meeting about the issue of race as an issue and a theme. During the course of this discussion, Jason Bear notes that the NSY team race paper is very good. DAC Grieve, AC O'Connor and Superintendent Quick make comments in relation to relevant evidence concerning race. AC Johnson comments that in terms of prioritising the preparation of the written submissions, the racism issue, how to present it, needs to be resolved first. So again, it looks like the draft is considered good, but there are fundamental issues that need to be added. And your evidence, as I understand it, is if they were added, they're not by you.
I don't think I could agree to say that there were fundamental issues to be added at this time. I think there were lots of observations and comments from senior officers. We were engaged with legal counsel around how the final tweaks on these documents were going to be done. As Mr. Quick said yesterday, I think that the submissions were, the later drafts of the submissions were ready at the end of July, actually, and these were engagements with legal counsel around final tweaks.
But given the centrality of race to Sir William Macpherson's inquiry, how one is going to present what is described here as the racism issue and it needing resolution before, as part of the written submissions, that has to be considered as fundamental, doesn't it?
I don't think you'll find that there were any changes, substantial changes at all to my issues of raised paper other than proofreading, sir, at this time. Everyone had a view, and a lot of senior officers had views. Ultimately, it was the Commissioner's submission to the inquiry.
Moving forward an hour and a half to the 9:30 meeting. That is covered in Mr. Giles's witness statement on page 7. And at paragraph 12 when we get there. Thank you very much. We can see that you are present along with Superintendent Quick, DS Sutherland, and Counsel. In your witness statement, you say that this paragraph, on the face, you speak to this paragraph and you say, on the face of it, I agree that this indicates that I had still not completely cut ties with the SLRT at that point, but my recollection is that work on all substantive respects had been completed and I had started to shift my attention to CO24.
Yes, and I reiterate to you, so that the pivot for that was the meeting of the 7th, because it followed me being informed that I would be a substantive inspector on the 6th. Shall I go into that now?
We'll come to that in just a second. But given that this is the day before you meet HN81,
Sure.
would you accept that this note gives the impression, and your attendance at this meeting, that you're still very much working for Mr. Quick and the Stephen Lawrence review team at that time?
No, I don't think it does. I don't remember the meeting, and as I reiterate, I had finished my submissions, my work on the submissions at this time.
So you don't accept that on the face of it, you being listed as an attendee with other SLRT members, with counsel, that this doesn't suggest that you're part of that team at that time?
Of course, yes. I'm. It's a transition period, but I think just to stress that my work on the submissions was done. But like I said to you, when we got into the meetings with my attendance at these meetings with counsel was more about we need Richard Walton there because he's written the issues of race and can talk to us about institutional racism. Should we need to talk about that? I have no recollection of the meeting though, at all.
But even in and of itself, that is a contribution to the team, isn't it?
Well, my attendance, yes, of course.
Attendance, being a resource, being someone who can speak authoritatively.
Yes.
And you continue, as we will see, throughout, I think, August to attend.
I think there's only one meeting I attend after the 14th, which is the meeting with the Commissioner on the 24th.
Yeah.
So this was my last meeting in respect of anything to do with the submissions.
If we could bring up now, please, UCPI 36893. So this is B2 in the bundle. And this is an extract from your personnel file. If we could go to page 7 of that document, please. So if we look at the top of that page, we can see there's a memorandum dated the 6th of August 1998. I'll just wait for that to be enlarged. Thank you very much. This is a memorandum dated the 6th of August from P10 branch Regency Street. Who are P10?
This is the acceleration promotion course team of the Met, I think.
And that is sent to SO Area Personnel Manager concerning your eligibility for promotion to Inspector. Can you just give us the background of this memo? I think you suggested it was where you informed you were promoted to Substantive Inspector, or would be.
It's confirming that I am eligible to be promoted to Substantive Inspector with effect from the 5th of October, because that was the time of the inspector's course at Bramshill for the accelerated promotion scheme.
I don't think we actually have the letter behind this, but that's your recollection, was it?
Yes, I remember being informed at this time. Obviously, it's a seminal date because it's the start of the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force. For me, this is very important because I'm waiting on this decision. You'll note too that the handwritten words at the bottom, overseer Mr. Grieve. Mr. Grieve didn't remember yesterday, but he was my overseer. Everybody on the APC scheme had an overseer at ACPO rank, and Mr. Grieve was mine.
As a form of mentor, is that right? Or as a supervisor?
He didn't stay for very long because he became my line manager, but at this time he was my... and obviously when you go to the handwritten annotations below, there's reference to the special branch personnel talking to Mr. Quick, Bob Quick, and myself.
Yeah, let's do that now. Let's look at the first minute, please. The first manuscript minute. And here it says, D.S. Walton, currently on Lawrence inquiry, spoke to Bob Quick, Detective Superintendent, and Richard Walton. Original intention to transfer to 2 area, but Mr. Grieve wants him to stay and join the new race hate unit under Mr. O'Connor. S area or 5 area?
5 area.
AC, CO24.
Yeah.
So we can see very much saying as at the date of this minute, you're on the Lawrence inquiry.
Yes.
Pinning you there. And agree the wording, Mr. Grieve wants him to stay.
Yes, and obviously the word stay is important because this confirmed... I did have a conversation with Mr. Grieve at some stage in these few days as well. He was my overseer, and obviously he had to agree. He wanted me to stay.
Yeah. So. And in terms of him wanting you to stay, one reading of that is that he would like you to stay, but a decision hasn't been made. Is it your best recollection that around this time that decision is made?
He made it, yes.
Perhaps we can also bring up, if we could keep this document on the screen, please, but also bring up alongside it UCPI 36907. Whilst we're getting that, it appears. Thank you very much. If we could look at those. I don't know whether we can enhance both side by side, but if we could enhance the handwritten text. Although these are ostensibly similar, the hole punch on the file is in a slightly different position. I think we've zoomed in. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much. So if we could, on the left-hand side, we can see the date is obscured. We can see the 8 for the month. Mm-hmm. We can see some strikes, but it can't really make out the detail there. On the one on the right-hand side, we can see there is a 1 in the tens column, if that makes sense. And we can see the 8. So given that the minute below is the 19th of August, it must follow that this minute is somewhere between the 10th and the 18th or the 19th. Does that time window between the 10th and the 18th, does that sit with you in terms of a decision being made for you to go to CO24?
Yes, I've always read that as the 10th of August for that first annotated note.
And is it your position that a decision has been taken by the time of this minute on the 10th?
Yes. I should say that, if you were on the accelerated promotion course, you weren't actually really subject to... your moves were actually a national issue in terms of the Home Office scheme. So the force itself had a lot of flexibility around where you were. So you weren't subject to the normal selection procedures or whatever. So this is how Mr. Quick assembled his team so rapidly, because it was several individuals on the scheme. And this John Grieve, as my overseer, would have known that he could just basically select me and keep me on before I was going off to another development post.
So with an eye on national schemes not always being the most agile of creatures, is your suggestion that being part of that scheme meant actually the move could happen quicker than had you been applying
Yes,
through Met
absolutely.
channels,
Yeah,
or would it have taken longer?
No, it was in the same way I was moved to the Lawrence Review team in days. I could be moved from the Lawrence Review team to CO24 in days as well.
And just so I understand that, with your status on the APC, did that make you more mobile?
Yes, it did.
So we'll come back to in detail the meeting that you had with HN81 David Hagan, but that takes place on the 14th of August. Sticking with the documents we have in relation to the review team, if we could go back to Mr. Giles's statement. Oh, actually, sorry, my error. If we could go to MPS 0749661. And page 2. And now this is the minutes of the meeting with the Commissioner and the Part 1 submission team. You mentioned this a little bit earlier, that you feel you may have been there as either as someone on the APC being put in front of somebody senior, or as part of your expertise, or on the basis of your expertise on race.
I think it would have been my expertise on race.
But very much there as part of the SLRT.
For this meeting, yes.
It's described there as the submission team, isn't it?
Yes. I don't remember the meeting at all, actually, I'm afraid.
You don't recall it, even though it must have been quite unusual for you to have had a meeting with the Commissioner at that stage.
Yes,
Person.
but I vaguely remember that it was a very short meeting, and the Commissioner, Sir Paul Condon, was giving his view on matters. Obviously, Sarah Thornton is present in that meeting, as well as Bob Quick and Nick F. Grave.
Yeah. How is it you recall that it was a short meeting? You did just say in your answer that you don't recall the meeting at all.
Well,
Just trying to work out what that duration is based on.
it's actually based on these notes, actually.
On the minute.
Yeah, which are quite brief, I think. It's not a proper minuted meeting.
But if we, again, I mean, I think we have your evidence on this, but it does again look like there are points which need to be, quite substantial points that need to be resolved in relation to the drafting, talking about not easily navigable, commentary luxurious but needs reduction, things that are being identified as missing. Again, it's a description of a draft in construction, isn't it?
It's actually was not at this stage, and I think Mr. Quick covered this off yesterday. Trouble is, I'm not aware of any changes to the drafts after this meeting. I don't think there were any substantive changes to the drafts after this meeting, but only Mr. Quick would be able to tell you on that.
And so it's effectively the last time you remember seeing the draft was the 7th of August.
Yes.
And then it's over to Helen Ball.
Yes, and even looking at the submission today, sir, it looks, chapters 15 and 19 look almost identical to what I submitted to Helen Ball, bar grammatical changes, proofreading issues. But substantively, I don't think that either 15 or 19 changed at all, despite the discussions and the debates around some of these issues. It was obviously a final decision was Jeremy Gonpertz with the Commissioner as to what actually went through on the very, very final days.
And to complete the timeline, the submissions were submitted to the inquiry and all submissions made 18th of September 1998. If we could bring up your statement at page 37, that's UCPI 37511 again. Paragraph 85. And you explain there. By this point, I'd already finished my work on drafting the 2 chapters of the submission that I had been tasked with. The wider SNRT would still have been progressing work on the submission, and it had not been formalised at the time of these meetings. The work was only completed when the submissions were handed in on the 18th of September 1998.
Yes, and obviously Mr. Quick alluded to this yesterday, so that it took a week or more to have them printed and etc. and delivered to the inquiry.
Moving now to October 1998, I'd just like to seek your comment on your manager's recollection of the timing of your move, if I could, please. First, Mr. Quick's recollection in his statement at paragraph 88 is this. I'm not sure we need to bring it up, but we can. It's MPS 074963 at page 21, paragraph 88. And he says, there was a period of transition where he had a foot in both teams, and I'm confident that ADI Walton continued to engage with the Lawrence review team up until the document was finalised, which was in very late August 1998 or early September 1998. And I think this morning his evidence was that the document was not finalised until late August.
Well, if you're asking me, continue to engage the Lawrence review team around the submissions, no. As I said, once I handed my submissions to Helen Ball, my job was done, and I don't recall any being involved in the submissions thereafter. Of course, the submissions, the wider submissions, were worked on right up until printing, but I wasn't involved in that.
And Mr. Greaves' recollection, his witness statement, which is MPS 074965 and page 16, paragraphs 25D and 26, please.
Sorry, would you forgive me? Just one point in terms of your last question. Obviously, I did have that period of annual leave as well, which
yes.
I mentioned, which was a period of 2 or 3 weeks, which would have been, I think we moved house around the middle of September. So I don't remember being around when the submissions were actually delivered, or even the week or so before.
You moved house during your period of annual leave?
Yes.
I think, did you say earlier that your 2 weeks holiday either side of the move, was that?
No, I can't be certain, sorry. I can't be certain of how. I did try and find out only yesterday, actually.
Of course, I don't want to put words into your mouth if that's not what you said earlier.
I'm just trying to say to you that there was a period of leave when I wasn't around, and that included prior to the submission going in.
If we look at Mr. Greaves' recollection, we have that up there now. Thank you very much. Richard Walton joined my team in October 1998 because he was an experienced intelligence officer, and I was working on formulating an intelligence-led response to hate crime. He had also shown an interest in policing racist crime. And then 26, Richard Walton was not part of the RVCTF at the time Paul Condon made the submission in September 1998. Now, in his evidence yesterday, Mr. Greaves said that he had limited recall of who you were until he spoke to Mark Ellison, and has no reason to disagree with your account if you joined his team earlier than the dates in your transfer file. But do you have any comment on Mr. Greaves, at least in his written evidence, suggesting it was a later transfer?
He's just wrong. So I think we're all trying to remember events 28 years ago. Obviously, you will have seen a minute by Colin Black in, I think it's 15th of September, which refers to me as D.I. Walton of CO24. So I clearly started a lot earlier than October. I think Mr. Greaves is going on the HR record of my promotion to inspector when he talks about October 1998.
Yes, and we'll look at those in just a minute
Yeah.
for completeness before we leave this topic. And first of all, if we could bring up UCPI 36893, page 8, please. There should be a manuscript note, and I think this is the next page on from the minutes we looked at in relation to your promotion memorandum. 9th of October 1998, D.S. Walton transferred to CO24 51098 as inspector, send file to room 506, New Scotland Yard. So as at the 9th of October, your transfer date to CO24 is being stated as the 5th of October 98. Now, this appears to be the most contemporary record we have of your transfer, but I take it that you disagree that that is accurate.
No, that's the formal date of my promotion to inspector on the 5th of October, but obviously it doesn't represent in any way my physical activities in terms of the work I've been doing. This is just a formal for financial records and HR records.
Yeah.
So yes, as I said, my APC inspector scheme started on the 5th of October, and I was only substantively an inspector on that date, 5th of October, which was the start of the APC course at Bramshill.
We'll just look at two more documents on this, maybe three, but certainly two. UCPI 36914, which is your police transfer form.
Mm-hmm.
And at page 1, if we look down that column of the postings in the second table on the page, we can see CO24 from 1st of October 1998 to 18th of April 1999. So again, a slightly different date yet again.
Yes, can I explain? This is very important so that I make this point. These police transfer forms shouldn't actually even be in the HR files. They are forms, almost templates that are given to officers before they do their appraisal, before you have your appraisal, and you are asked to fill it out yourself without reference to your HR record. So you, in the matter of minutes, you have to type out or write out where you've been and what you've done. In generality, really, these dates look quite specific, but I would have filled this out or typed this out from my recollection. They're always going to be inaccurate, and they actually shouldn't be on your HR file, and an HR manager would be able to tell you that, confirm that. Because this is not the only one that's inaccurate. There's another one that's handwritten.
Yeah, we'll come to that next.
But, okay.
But this is the document that you created, and you created it some years later, presumably.
I have no idea when I created it, but as I said, the officers themselves fill these out in minutes before you have your appraisal, because the appraisals are about where can we send you next and what development have you had and where can your development go next. They're not formal HR forms.
So if we could bring up document B1 again, that's UCPI 36892 at page 1, please. And this is a career management transfer form. Yeah. And again, if we look at that second table.
Yeah, and this is, I filled this out, it's my handwriting. Wildly inaccurate, but you've got 5 minutes to fill it out. So obviously my recollection of when I started where, it's more about the role you had and what you did and where you've been, not about those exact dates. It's an informal form, actually. I don't think this one's even signed, so I don't know when it was filled out.
So this is your handwriting, so it's presumably is your recollection of those dates. And I appreciate that you can make an error, but this has come directly from you.
Yes, it has. But
it's not somebody in the HR saying this is...
No, but it's obviously wrong. I mean, I don't know when this was signed or when I filled this form out. I don't think it's dated.
Well, let's scroll out, please. I don't know whether we can go over leave, see if that assists.
Don't post DI.
And again, that's it. So it doesn't look
so it's not signed, not dated, and obviously I regret. I mean, if now having been faced with this, that I didn't ask for my personnel file, but it's not an HR formal record.
Yeah. If we go back to page 1, then please. But it does look as if the CO24 is the most recent posting there. So it's presumably a document you must have been filling in.
Yes.
Possibly to move out of CO24 to your next post. In fact, it does say present OCU CO24.
It's difficult to tell, to be honest, this far back, because even that designation DI intelligence is not actually correct. Yeah. So I don't know when I filled this out.
But on this document, if you look at the boxes in the top box,
yeah,
second row, second from right, date of promotion, we've got that as the 5th of October.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
So the linking between CO24 and the promotion appears to be disparate. They're not the same dates, are they?
No.
I mean, I don't think anyone is saying that you joined CO24 in December 98.
No, and like I said, these I really wouldn't want you to spend too long on this, because they're sort of performers that you sketch out. I know it's inaccurate, and obviously I regret that not getting it accurate. But it's not a formal HR form. It was used for discussion with your line manager about where you go next.
Well, you will be pleased I have only one more document on this topic, which is, if we could go to UCPI 37508. Page 1, that is B65 in the bundle, sir.
Right.
Now, this is from Temporary Detective Superintendent Chris Robson.
Yes, and this is because during my interviews with Mr. Ellison, I repeatedly asked him to look at my personnel file. For whatever reason, whether it's time constraints, I don't know, but he didn't consult my personnel file. I've had to work out my dates, etc., and to kind of investigate where I was when, subsequently, because I knew that that he was wrong in terms of his findings in relation to this, and I knew that the meeting I had with HN81 had nothing to do with the Lawrence Review team. It's taken a long time for me to look at the evidence, and obviously you have the time and the thoroughness to make sure you get this right. But this is an interesting email from Chris Robson, because Mr. Ellison asked Robson to provide my promotion date to Mr. Ellison, which was the 5th of October, of course, as we've discussed. And Chris Robson has sent this email to inform Mr. Ellison that you cannot rely on the 5th of October being the date of his physical move to CO24. And I think I can't articulate it any better than these 4 points here.
Well, if I could just explore it.
Yes.
I think maybe 2 or 3 quick points. First of all, this document is sent in February 2014.
Yes.
That is a document that is sent effectively in response to you receiving a notice of potential criticism by Mr. Ellison.
I didn't know that, but yes.
I think that is.
That's the case.
I'm sure you'll do re-examination if I'm wrong.
I've nothing to dispute that. No.
The point it makes here is, as you quite rightly say, paragraph 2, records are obviously the subject of human error and reliant on the inputter's accuracy. You've spoken to that. Paragraph 3, they showed transfer dates in terms of financial handover rather than physical movement. You suggested that what those records show are in fact the dates that your best recollection of when you moved, not financial handover dates.
No.
Have I misunderstood that?
Well, obviously the HR files is, what can you rely on? You can certainly rely on the annotations from HR managers, such as the ones you had up just now, because obviously we're not sure about the exact date, the 10th of August, but you can rely on those because that's when the financial handover happens. You certainly can't rely on my sort of sketching on that other form, which again, as I said, shouldn't have been on the file.
So, are you suggesting that the comment that is being made in paragraph 3 relates to the note by SA12 personnel that we saw for the 9th of October in UCPI 36893?
Yes. Financial handover. Exactly. So that refers to what she talks about, financial handover. Yeah, from the financial movement of the post of sergeant to CO24, whatever.
Sir, I'm conscious of the time. I'm a little short, but I'm about to start a new topic, and I wonder whether it may be prudent to rise for a slightly early lunch and come back a little early, rather than, given it's a substantial topic.
That makes sense to me. I hope it makes sense to you.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Right. We'll resume at 10 to 2.
Grateful.